Welcome back, workers and resources. Hello Mega Monkey, hello Scarlet, welcome. Watching Zetelier yesterday, I feel like playing more workers and resources. Back in MegaCity 19, after a bit of a hiatus. From June, I got like 2 streams in July, but much. See if we can continue. Right. Exciting. Yeah, it's gonna be hot again, like starting tomorrow, but I think I got now a solution that will actually go through fine while streaming workers and resources. Test it again. I want to start a new run in workers and resources, but I also don't want to abandon this too early. I don't know. Big cutoff, probably push to mute too early, I guess. I assume it should be fine, right? Or is it cutting in too late? Cutting in too late? Oh. Let's see if that one is now better. Like, did it cut off at the end or at the beginning of the speech? Because if it's the end I can make it longer, but if it's the beginning I have to lower the thresholds, I guess. I did lower the thresholds right now because I thought if it's at the beginning... If a speech? What? Okay, Mega Monkey, you're confusing me. I'm gonna put it back and we're not gonna talk about it, I guess. We're building up an area for our coal storage. And then the trains can dump the coal here, hopefully. And pick it up for the city. Run out of alcohol. Plenty of alcohol here. Guess the train is not carrying enough. $17 tons. I just got repaired, that's what. Should probably be fine. We'll see. I just got repaired. Alcohol ran out first, I guess. And the construction trains are blocking some of the other... No, they're not blocking anything. That one's just waiting to leave. Our fire station here. Crossing over the road and train track. Reconstruction in progress on the Loyalty Prison. What if shopping a commercial area on the thin island in the river? Then it would be really hard for people to reach that area. And it would be really hard to supply it with resources over the bridges without causing a traffic jam. Cableway. True, the people would be solved by cableways, I guess. But not the resources. I mean, you could also solve the resources with cableways, but I don't know if you could micromanage the cableway cars in that situation. Give them resource designations if you can say this cable car can only carry food and the other ones can mix it up a bit. To always make sure that there's food coming in. I don't know. Or you would have to balance it in all cableway cars. I assume you can balance it, but I don't know. Residential area next to the steel mill is being built up, regardless of the pollution impact here. Try out and see if we can actually settle this in. See how that works for us. $17,500 citizens. We got one free tech, if my calculation in the sheet are still correct. 7 population is correct. 11 free ones that never changed, and 1 settlement, total of 19. Last tech we put on research was Grand Monuments, and we definitely built one of them at least. Alright, get the train tracks built. After playing Railroader for a while, I kind of want to redo all those train tracks now. Well, that's what we have. I really want more features for trains in this game. I don't think that's going to be part of the update. DLC, what's being developed, I have not heard anything about it. I think they're all keeping themselves tightly lipped until very close to release. And or it's being announced publicly. Which I guess makes sense. So, once this is done, we can start storing the coal in here. This would be the loading gate, from which they then can pick up. And then we only probably need 1 train to move coal into the city, because the distance would be really short. Fun, yes. We built another orphanage. I was planning on having a second one in here, just to stabilize our population count. What's this for a track streamer? What do you mean? Oh, the steam train is flashing its hazards. Very bad. When the steam train flashes its hazards, it's really, really bad. Oh, that's a playlist from Carl Casey. Been always listening to some of those during our streams. This is the playlist in question. You're welcome. Okay, almost done. One more steel delivery each. And then the buildings are done. Just have to build the train tracks through. Then we can probably switch our deliveries over, even with a single train track being done should be enough. I might redo this one. Yeah, I don't think this track makes a lot of sense. We could just start the track off here. No, we can't, because this is a separate incoming track. That's fine. No, this is incoming. Is outgoing? This is outgoing. This is just for the delivery. They don't need to be fast. I don't need this other track. I guess they could just go back out the way they came in on, and we just have a little bit of a track jumping over across. Otherwise it's a little bit nonsensical, I think. Yeah, we don't need a high throughput for unloading, I don't think. Up to 4 trains can wait here. That'll be enough. Actually, wait, that's loading. Yeah, that's fine. The unloading needs high throughput, the loading doesn't, I don't think. Because the loading will take a while. More tracks is better. And if it needs high throughput, we can add it after, I guess. Because we saw that we can place something there. Chaos, coffee, both, apparently. Construction running out of steel. It still has steel inside its building storage, so it's not immediately critical. But the maintenance office here won't be able to access steel anymore, I guess. But the rail construction itself will not run out of steel anytime soon. Hello, Neo Contra. Berliners, welcome. Long time no see. In the future, the exit could even be going on to this track. I don't want to have that many junctions, but would maybe make more sense funneling it back to the main track instead of all the way through the whole system of the approaching train. If there's enough room for that. Lacking a bit of gravel. Long time no see, cause Soviet game need a pause cause addiction, in your case. Well, I can't relate with that. So much muting today. It's always a lot of muting, but apparently today it's very bad because I don't hit the timing right. So one train needs to build the track for the exit. And then we could have... This doesn't really make much sense. I mean, as soon as one train leaves, the other one can go for the second unloading station, I guess, but we did not plan this with 2 unloading stations in mind being used to full capacity. Would have to set up a second track here. Make that crisscross over each other, and it's fine. It just speeds it up a tiny bit. Eternal planning. Yes. Hello, apparently potatoes. Welcome. How's Does Republic going? It's going well. Since we haven't touched it in a while, nothing broke. Seeing how we do population-wise through winter, now that pollution is in full effect. Our new settlement area next to the steel mill is gonna get some experience with that. Life expectancy of 48.8. Well, nice to see some workers and resources action. Yes. It has been a while. Stupid summer. I'm blaming the summer. Can you show what did you research, please? Yes, we did low tech. I've written it down, but preventative medicine, heart attack prevention, stroke prevention, vitamins, alcohol standards, chemistry, pollution filter and pollution detector, all the way up to rail construction, rail vehicle production and road vehicle production, mechanical component production, steel mill, material fatigue, steel cables for the cableway cars, geological mapping, grand monuments, Soviet functionalism, secret police, education for loyal citizens, and that's it. No, distribution office, obviously. That's one's like a standard one, I guess. We're playing with low-tech and we don't want to go too modern. Maybe this would make more sense. Having the cut over close to where the trains park themselves. Maybe this would be sensible as a two-lane solution. Yeah, I think this is more sensible. Rather than having the crossover here, it's near the end. Almost ready to send trains here. Well, the loyalty has crashed badly. I'm having a real hard time trying to reinstitute some loyalty gains for our republic. Teachers in the school have that requirement. Alien Horizons game that you played once is now entering its open beta playtest. God dang it. Not yet, it's still free. Playtest. playtest is up. Some playtest. Well, I might have to join their Discord and see what's going on. Thanks for that, EXE. Last request, can you show please the map to watch how it is the Republic? The Republic is all at the center of the map. Well, we are very far away from the border of the map. I mean, if I don't get in, then I would wait until I have access to a more newer version. I don't think I would start the alpha again, basically. We will see. Points from here. 5, 1 for city, rest is population. Yes, we got 11 points from the years. 7 from population, 1 from settlement. 19 points. I spent 18 on research. I have 1 left over that I haven't spent yet. But it doesn't really matter because I don't want to do any tech later than 1930 anyway. So there's a lot of technology that we're not going to do because the settlement is eternally stuck in the 19th century with some modernizations. But marginally. Still dragging my heels on having some diesel locomotives. I don't think that makes sense. Almost ready for the coal delivery. Well, we should have 1 exit lane going, I guess. I don't think we'll need a storage like that for the iron, because the iron is relatively low capacity and we can have multiple iron trains stacking on top of each other. But if we only need a single coal train ever running into the city, then we could have the other track be the passing track for the for going to the steel mill area. I guess it wouldn't really work. Nah, never mind, scratch that. Import all stuff? Yes. We produce food, alcohol, clothing, electricity, construction materials. But the raw materials for all of that are being imported. Here's our food production. 2 crop trains providing crops into the warehouse where it produces food and alcohol. Drops it back into the same warehouse, and then another train goes by on a separate factory connected loading unloading station and picks it up here and shuts it into the city's warehouse. If someone ever figures out a mod where trains don't automatically turn themselves around in place, I might have to install that mod. Iron and coal too, yes. All by train from the customs house. We're only running steel production for our on-demand, so it's not a lot right now. But as we get more free population, they're free to move into the steel mill if they want to. Slow population drop this year, apparently. Will still happen, I guess. Normally it goes until April. Mid of March. We still got 2 months for the population drop to kick in. Life expectancy of 62. We can get lower than that. We need to go below 60. We need to have a life expectancy below 60. Come on. We can do it. We have done it a couple times, but back then it wasn't really voluntary. Now it would actually be part of the settlement's design. Forgot yesterday to hydrate your streamer. For sure, you are totally dehydrated now. Yeah, I'm parched. I almost died. Thanks. Thanks for not telling me to hydrate. I got a hydration bottle right here. Nah, it's not that cold, Mega Monkey. Hydration for the people? Let's go. I just hydrated. I want to redo this one. I want to make it a nice, smooth, big curve. Oh well. It's a little bit of a mixture of designs. It'll be okay. I still don't know if I like this track with the crossing over. I don't even know if I have the room to merge them all together and then make them go left and right. Looking at it. I'm thinking about it because of how it's going to work. I don't want a traffic jam. Never get done if you keep redoing it. No, at some point we will get things done. I mean, look at the city. This one didn't pop out of nowhere. You have still horses, you cannot have traffic jam. Oh, we have a lot of horses, yeah. And trams. We got some trams. The trams are being slowed down by the horses. All working, it's all coming together. predict 0 traffic jams. That was a game here later. I don't know. I think we're very close to getting enough money in that game, but Bob's not gonna live forever. Well, Bob is going to live forever. We have his DNA, it's fine. Bob's friend, I guess, not Bob. One guy had traffic jam, not with 15k population. After 6 months he solved it. Was 0 population. Oh. Well, that's one way to solve it. Winter sometimes is hard, yes. Yes, it can be. Standard in Soviet Union. I was thinking of doing a different run today, like a science time stream on the smallest settlement you can actually make in the game. Like not with realistic mode, just placing down structures and seeing how small we can make a functional settlement. I think it'll involve an orphanage, but that's, I guess, just my new meta. I was also thinking of starting a run on Siberia, because I think the new meta with the heating and the pollution being accountable for, we could actually make really nice settlements on Siberia. Didn't you already do that with 12 pop? Well, we started a settlement with 10 pop, but that wasn't really self-sustaining. That one relied on a ton of foreign workers to run it. I mean self-sustaining as in how many people can you run a settlement with that doesn't need any foreign workers. When I had 10 people, it was... they were basically being babysat by foreign workers. I also had massive train bridges in that run. Do you have a game you're waiting for? On Steam? I think so. But I will have to look it up, because right now my brain is all workers and resourcey. Sandistry, I guess, because I really liked Sand games. Folk Emerging is going to come out soon. That one is like a civilization style game in the Stone Age. Monk Book is coming out in September. Frontline Logistics, Isarian Warfare, hopefully coming out this year, at least into early access. I really want to start a run in that one. One that doesn't get changed every time they update the game. Casualties Unknown also this year. Casualties Unknown is probably my game of the year. I'm not playing it right now because I don't want to play it out before, like, exhaust the game before we get the full version. Hello Hailstorm. Welcome. Also fun run. Yes, it was fun. I think it would be a lot easier these days, because we would just run an orphanage and therefore maintain all of the population ever. I assume it would be easier. I would like to try it with like one person and see if they actually create a child. Because you can't start with fewer people than one, I guess. I mean, you can, but then you're not going to have any population growth. Okay, everything is in auto search range. I don't have to manually assign stuff, so I'll do everything okay. Alcohol should be okay again, hasn't thrown any warning recently. Yeah, alcohol is fine again. Population drop 500 people so far. I assume 1,000 people. But we had a bit of a population boost compared to last year. Probably from the new orphanage running. Children here are maintaining some loyalty, because they're covered by so many monuments that I think they are even countering the ill effects of the orphanage just fine. Let's get 2 workers into the sawmill. Looks like we're running a little bit out of boards, but shouldn't be a threat. We have so much spare capacity. We don't really have a lot of capacity to have trains wait here, I guess. That's okay too. We could just reduce the amount of exports we're doing on boards. It's all because of the rail construction, requiring boards for the wooden ties. I was producing another train, I think, with train cars. So we have 2 coal trains moving coal into the storage and 1 bringing it into the city. Almost there. Hello, Rickety Railway. Welcome. This whole wobbliness is just because the train needs to have room for 450 meters. Otherwise it could have been directly connected. The train yard. Yeah, life expectancy did not drop a lot. Way above 60. Typical old Carl Casey music. It's been a while. Oh no, I want to cancel. I want to redo this. No. I shouldn't have listened to Mega. Oh well. I think we are going to bring the coal trains in. No, not yet. The exit needs to be ready, otherwise the construction train's not going to be able to get to it. Yeah, if you like that, Scarlet. There's a lot on the channel. Different themes too. Horror, like more like a aggressive metal, synthwave, dark synth, I guess. Might find some other things you like. I wouldn't play those aggressive or horror themes during the stream, so I don't think they would fit the gameplay, but some of those dystopian ones are quite nice. A lot of black steam. That's not steam, that's coal. That's just coal smoke. There's no steam coming out of that. Steam is coming out of the sides. Sometimes. When they're slow and they have the cylinder cocks open. This is steam. This is coal. And this is rust. It's a 115-year-old train. It's been with us for a while and it's going to get replaced any moment now. Majestic, yes. Probably gonna reduce the amount of percentage of wear it has to take before it gets replaced, otherwise those slowdowns, I guess, are not so great. But they're also not that threatening, I guess. As long as the criminality goes down, everything is fine. Can't really help the loyalty that much. We would need significantly more orphanages if we wanted to make sure that we could boost loyalty with them. Not enough control options for it. Okay, I guess we'll start bringing coal here now. And once this area is done, we can pick up coal from this side too. No train this way until we have built the other part of the track. I'll let that get filled up, and then before winter we can switch over to pick up from here with a single train running into the city. We'll have 2 trains running to the customs house. And then any train picking up coal will pick up from the storage for the city, meaning that our coal supply for the heating plant is also going to be a little bit more secure. The power plant. The power station center southeast will be better supplied. I wonder if you could help with the coal delivery every now and then. Don't think we need that much gravel. It's MegaCity 56. Close, but not quite. So population drop wasn't too bad. Slightly over 1,000. It might get worse next year, we will see. Called it pretty well and early. Verkehr ist besser als kein Verkehr, right? Ah, German jokes, they're the worst. Oh, that's funny. That was funky. Okay. We... What are you on about? Complaining about the other train? That shouldn't be a problem. Why are you having issues? What the hell? I don't get it. Eating all the train cars. I don't know what's going on. It's forming a singularity. I don't know. We're losing a lot of train here. So much train being gobbled up. Well, now it's just a crane standing here and doing the construction work. I think the crane derailed. I don't know how that happened. Very strange. Been playing so much Railroader that we can now derail trains and workers and resources apparently. Oh my god, what is going on today? I have no idea what's going on. If we don't look at it, it might be okay. But I can't look away from this train wreck. All right. They are going to do their construction. We have one section of incoming track that we could use to run a train through here already. I guess the coal train picking up from here could already do it locally. But then I guess we would run out of coal pretty quickly, because there's only one train going to the border, so we'll have to keep it split up and wait until the third train becomes available. Then everything will become more reliable. Hello, Ultimate Joey. Welcome. Come on guys, speed it up here. I guess you could be moved over to already import. No, you're already moved over. You are the moved over train. How many are loading coal and bitumen from the customs house? I guess you are not important. You don't have to pick up from the city. You're not time sensitive. You, on the other hand, are. So you need to kind of pick up. Well, the problem is that you still need to go to the customs house because you're doing the waste transportation. Problem. Can we split that up? I guess so. Hydrate? I just hydrated. I'm not hydrating again. I have too much carbonated drink. I need to mute so often. Oh, we got one invisible rail construction vehicle and we got one derailed crane. All is going well, I guess. Honeycomb stream without me? Nice. That sounded rude. But I guess it fits. Just got back from city, got cookies, excellent work. Good job. They're yours? That's fine. Scarlet needs to be... Scarlet needs to wait anyway. It's not 11:30 PM yet. Can't have chocolate yet. Interesting. Is there going to be like a catastrophe here? Because if this happens for the regular trains driving through this area, I'm going to be very upset. If the regular trains also have this disappearing situation. I don't think I made these corners too sharp. Yeah, I could have made them a lot sharper. I don't know what's going on. Should have let me rebuild stuff, Mega Monkey. It's all your fault. Now we're gonna have to tear stuff up, and if this persists for regular trains going through, I guess we will have to wait and see. If they have that issue, then we have to tear these 4 tracks up and do something else, I guess. Which would be annoying. I guess we could run a test train through it. Drilling time, because why not? I hope it doesn't happen. I hope it's gonna be fine, but we will see. Shouldn't take too long for the train to unload and test it. I mean, we could also just not wait until unloaded and test it right away, which we will do. There will be a construction train in the way, so let's see. Ah, this looks so strange. Maybe if I drop signals or something, maybe it can be fixed, I don't know. I don't know what's going on. The exit track hasn't been built yet. Great. Very, very good. This train's gonna be stuck here. Doesn't seem to have the issue right now, at least. It's just gonna be a mess getting that train out of here. Did I mess up my coal supply now? What are you still complaining about? Must be a signal. That's not the right waypoint. That might have been the reason. Clicked the wrong thing, I guess. I don't know if it has enough distance to get to enough track to then go the right way. We will see. Welcome back, Marilyn. It's not gonna be enough. Not going to be enough. Ugh. Is this gonna be enough? After that, you go here. Come on, you could have gone there. Why didn't you go there? Oh, you're set to the wrong waypoint. Go to the waypoint. Go onto the junction and turn around, I guess. The only way right now. Okay, that's enough. Cool. Problem solved. I hope this is not gonna be a thing for the large trains. I hope this is just a weirdness for the rail construction vehicles. I have no idea. Made a small human? Did you think? Okay. Congratulations, I guess. I'm not gonna make any jokes. Can't help myself. Get so many inappropriate jokes for that. It's gonna be really difficult for me to not do any. I'll take a joke right now. I'm not gonna risk it. It's fine. It's also live streamed, so this could haunt me for days, if not weeks. Gotta be careful. So why are none of you moving? The signal? Oh, I see. I think. Once we have the exit built, then we can get this small weird little loop going away from here, but until then, the train will just have to take a detour. Catching a stream at this time is still part of my morning. I can't go back to sleep. Excellent. I'm okay with that. You enjoyed the stream? That's all good. Wouldn't want to make it... I don't know. Did we build one of the tracks? We did. We should... Oh god, why is this so weird? Why is this so... Oh god, what happened here? Mega Monkey, I hate it. I'm gonna have to tear all of this up. I hate it. Okay, you're gonna check that on the next arrival, pretty much. Like, look at this. Look at this. This is not how trains work. Okay, let's do a test and see if the train actually does the same thing as the other one or not. Don't wait until unloaded. Test it. I don't think I have to tear down a lot, but I don't want this to connect with a gap. Like, this looks horrible. See if the train does the disappearing thing. But I will have to tear down these three and get them a nice smooth entry. Otherwise I can't deal with that. I think you ruined your own morning routine, Marilyn, if I gotta be honest, so don't blame me for anything. I think you will have a different morning routine now, so... I think it's called Silenzio in Italian. Okay, the other trains do this thing too, so I think we're gonna have to rework this. Yep, I'm not gonna leave that way. That is just silly. All right then. I know Mega Monkey finds this very funny, but I can't handle it. It's too much. If we turn off line snapping, I think it'll be alright, so I don't think we have to do much. I hope that'll fix it. But yeah, none of this matters. I'll try it on the outside rail with a little bit of demolition and see if that's good enough. That fixes it. We can do the same thing for the other part of the track with not too much. We're supposed to build track, not teleport devices. I wasn't building that on purpose. We're trying to preserve the track there. We have the wear be as little as possible. We can teleport in this game? Yes, you can do some weird shenanigans. Not gonna go through them right now, but you can theoretically connect everything to everything with footpaths and roads in walking distance, or pretty close to. Just need a couple portals. No mods required. Good fun. Jesus. Scarlet. Gonna drive down the prices for the farmers again. Those poor cow farmers. They're gonna be striking again. You know, this is one of the videos I upload to YouTube, so this is gonna be on the internet forever. So in like 10, 20 years, your son can look at it and be like, facepalm hard into the desk or something. I don't know. Let's see if rebuilding this short section of track with a correct connection will fix it. This side will not have the issue because I built the outside track and then hooked everything up to it with straight connections. It should be okay. Maybe I'll redo it a little bit. Just a little bit of redoing. It'll be fine. Can't stop me anyway. Oh no. It's all over. There we go. I like that better. Hello Sword, recently started playing this again, only without heating, fuel and maintenance. Was hard sometimes, but I made 2 stable enough cities and I am building 2 more simultaneously. Gladly look what you are doing to learn more. Hello Mr. Boy. We are looking at how badly we can treat our people with heating and pollution. Our life expectancy is dropping down to around 60 years on average every winter. We're running a steel mill in the middle of the city. For very nice pollution. Right now it's not a lot because the heating plants aren't running. But yeah, this is chaos. Also, heating plant in the middle of residential area for winter helps drive down the average life expectancy even more. And provides some auxiliary heating because the heating plant was getting a little bit overworked. If this is not going to solve it, I don't know. Then we'll have to demolish up to this point, I guess. Oh, why didn't you just go to sleep? Exactly. The last stream of yours I attended, you didn't have a belly or so, you were as slender as it. Jesus, Scarlet. Nope, it's still happening. I think I have to redo all of this track. I think it's all weirdly connected to each other. I hate it. This isn't even as sharp of a corner as it could be. Maybe if I plaster it in signals, it's gonna recalculate itself. I don't know. I think we just have to bite the bullet and just rebuild this, I guess. I don't know what's going on. Build it off of this side again. Is this the sharpest corner we can have? Oh yeah, this is the problem. Okay, this one was made too sharp. I think. Maybe not. I think the one we actually built is fine. Because it doesn't cause any issues, but I don't know. Okay, we're gonna redo all of these. Which means the coal pickup can't happen from this side anymore, I guess. What's going on with you? Come on, move. Moment talk, streamer. I know. It's gonna look horrendous. No, the inside track will be fine. This will be fine. This looks normal. So maybe we don't have to redo all of them. Maybe just the outer ones and hope that they will work okay then. Let's do it. We have at least one track incoming here, so it should be okay. We got time. Well, the exit to that station is almost done at least. So then the train doesn't have to do the weird wiggle. Really? 10 work days? Alright, sure. If you insist, I guess. Why do you think it looks horrendous? Don't see the problem? Then you weren't here when it was showing its problem. I can show you again if you want. We'll let this train run through it real quick, so you see what the problem is. I'm gonna rebuild it the way it is right now, but it does need a change. Just so you can see it farther. I think it has to go all the way to the customs house to run through here. Or, yes, no, into the city, I guess. That's fine. We'll run it through there once, just to show. It's gonna have to go through the city, though. But yeah, it's not ideal. We're rebuilding it because of a bug, not because it looks horrendous. I mean, this train can already show it partially, I guess. Oh, now it's behaving correctly. Interesting. I guess if it's demolished, it's working fine. Well, hopefully the other train can show it. Come on, coal train, move out of the way. I got stuff to show. I need to set the correct waypoint that it's gonna go through, so it takes the correct track, otherwise it might take the one that doesn't have the issue. You need to go through this track. There. Because the lower one doesn't have the problem. The one that the coal train's gonna go through. That one works fine. It's just all the other three weren't doing so great. All the way up to the signal. We'll see if we can fix it. So the coal train will be absolutely unaffected. It'll take the outer track, I think. If it takes the middle one, it should be fine, yeah. But this one will not be. If it takes the third line. There you go. That's what I'm talking about. I don't want this on my city, so I would like to correct that. That's horrendous. Yes, I agree. And that's why we're trying to have it fixed. Started in 1960, right now it's 2005, electronics prices are sky high, but nothing can beat selling refined oil by train. Wondering though how you deal with electricity in that big city, because in some parts I see it vibrates from 203 to 220 volts, and I think I can do it better, or maybe it's normal in this game. I don't know if I have vibration of electricity that badly. Like, voltage is 21 kilovolts for me. What is vibrating to 203? Which building, I guess? Well, a train would just disappear and it stopped for whatever reason. But you would never know. Yes. That would be the problem. Ah, great, now this train is stuck here. Well, it'll have to wait until the other track is built, I guess. Guess we're not gonna get any gravel for now. The rail construction done, please. Get the exit built. Maybe. Okay, we'll do the same thing, I guess. Over here. Did I assign the correct waypoint? I don't think I did. Should be. Oh, maybe I didn't. No, the signal is flipped for you. You should be able to make it through. I think. Don't like it. Oh, I guess I need to assign the waypoint to you because it didn't automatically assign it. Hello, Mary Mantis. Welcome. Sorry, in my city it vibrates. I was wondering how you deal with it better. Was distracted when writing. Like I said, I don't know what's vibrating for you, but the power cables have a limited amount of capacity. So we got 2 power stations here, each producing up to 7 megawatts when they undergo maintenance. They can do this 10, but I'm calculating them as 7. Then we have an outside connection if we want some assistance in case there's an emergency. Right now we're below 14 megawatts consumption, so I don't need to expand right now. Those 14 megawatts go into the system. Need at least 2 power cables to distribute it, but we're feeding that into the city by 3 power lines. One of the power connections goes into a local... where is it? So this one
goes into a local switch that then produces electricity for a local transformer. But everything collects in the high voltage switch here. And then we have some power lines going into the city. We don't have the highest capacity ones, so I have to kind of pick those. These are green wires, which are 5 megawatts. Why did I do 5 megawatts here? Because these are modern industry and we can't build them, so I had to do 5 megawatts. That's how we get 15 megawatts of power into this transformer, the switch, and then from here we distribute it to other switches, spreading it out. But we always have to be aware that if this one has 15 megawatts, then one after that can't really have more than 15 megawatts. So I can't build 2 switches afterwards and expect 15 megawatts on both of them. Basically like distributing water. Hello then, Trussi. Welcome. Hey Das, I was trying to calculate how much pop I need to work to clothing factory around the clock. What is the formula? Depends on the distance to the clothing factory, but normally you just multiply this by 3. So you could say 240 people per clothing factory would be enough. 240 workers, that is, not citizens. 240 workers just to work the people, and then maybe double that to run all the utility buildings, service buildings. Not a fan of Clock Trust, I don't know who that is. Okay, it's totally not Tati. Well, you approach it with the idea of has 80 people worker capacity, but they only work a shift of 8 hours each, so you need 3 times the people per slot to work each shift. Now, if the factory is further away, you could get away with fewer people because they start working longer and longer in that area, because they basically stay at the factory and work the whole week and then go back at home at the weekend, you could argue. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, if you want 2 clothing factories plus the service facilities, you would need around 500 workers, not population. That would be around... We got 11,000 workers for 17,000 pop. So you need to count with, like, the houses. You would need 3 80 capacity houses for just the factory, and then 3 80 capacity houses for all the service facilities, I think. Yes, if you include the service facilities, 500 people should probably do it. Depending on what else you do. It's like an easy way to calculate it. It will probably be a little bit less, depending on how far you build it away, unless you have the clothing factory in the middle of the city. But as a general rule of thumb, that works pretty well. Well, we've shown the terror of the train tracks here, so let's demolish the other ones and see if we can fix it. I think I can get 10, 12, 90 pop houses, I think. One shopping mall can handle that much. I think so. I mean, shopping mall is like a large shopping mall, right? Not a small shopping center, like the big shopping mall. Shopping mall should be able to handle it, I think. Not sure if you can handle it with the logistics. I like having grocers around the city in addition to the shopping mall, because people... I think grocers are more efficient than the shopping mall. Most people just want food and meat, which they can get at a local grocer, but they can go to the shopping mall if they want clothing and or electronics. So usually I build smaller shopping centers and a bunch of grocers. 180 theoretical max 1. think so. I mean, 500 to 750 people is not that much. And like I said, if you have some capacity issues, you can just drop down a grocer or two. And they will help with the food distribution, because most people just want food and meat, and if the shopping center isn't enough, then yeah, they just go to the grocer. They will prefer the grocer anyway. Nice doing Bright doing Workers and Resources again. Hello Willy Ken. Welcome. Yeah, it's been a while. Still the warm summer, but I might have a solution that actually works while it's warm. So we will try that. Groceries slow down radio adoptions, so I would like to avoid it if I can. I disagree, because they don't go to a like, they will pick a shopping center if they want radios or like electronics. They don't... If one wants electronics, they will go to the large store. They don't go to the store and then decide that they want electronics, I don't think. They decide what they want when they walk outside their house, and then they will either go to the grocer or the shopping center, depending on what they want. So if they want electronics with also wanting food, they will go to the shopping center if it is in range. They will go to something that has everything. But they will prefer the grocer if they just want food and meat. At least that has been my experience. Like, I can show you my setup. I have like grocers. Okay, I'm not selling electronics, I guess, as the precursor to this comparison. The only thing I'm selling for them is clothing inside shopping centers. I would need more grocers, because there's a ton of people here that just want food. But there's not enough grocers around. But all the grocers are basically busy. There's another shopping center for more clothing. I've kind of skimmed on the amount of grocers I have, I guess. As a grocer. There should be no one in here that wants food and clothing at the same time. Yes, electronics, but because I don't sell any electronics, so it doesn't really matter. But if there's someone in here with that wants food and clothing, then we know that we don't have enough capacity inside the shopping centers. But vice versa, if we have people inside the shopping centers that want just food, then we know we don't have enough grocers. But that's not as bad. Does have a desire for electronics? I'm pretty sure sometimes if they have only food desire, they pop into a shopping mall, they might buy clothing and electronics too. But you don't want that, because it just costs you money. Except electronics, I guess, if you want to have your people have a ton of electronics. But in general, you don't want them buying clothing and electronics because it just costs you a ton of money. I have not seen that happen. I have seen people go into a indoor pool and fulfilling their demand for drinking alcohol by an attraction building, basically. That I have seen. On stream, in this run. That was kind of funny because they were basically filling their liter demand by going to the swimming pool, which made you question a few things. Yeah. But in general, I don't want to sell people clothing if they don't have a demand for clothing when they leave the house. Because then they just want more and more clothing. Maybe if you're right, that is a way to push up the clothing quality demand by just encouraging them to buy more and more clothing, but why would you do that? It's just costing you money. Or a little bit more happiness. Better to just let them live in horrendous conditions regarding pollution and die at the age of 50, I would say. You 1-liter cans of Baltica, and I can see that being a thing. Probably something like curing alcohol dependency by sports and culture. I've not seen curing alcohol dependency other than just providing all the service demands that they want. Alcohol is basically a substitute for anything that your city is lacking, but curing alcohol is basically just making sure you provide everything, like a lot of attraction buildings, and then all the service facilities that they want. We need to observe someone with food and other demand, walk into a shopping mall and see if they pop out a new demand. They were from quite far away. None of these people have an attraction demand because they always get to visit attraction buildings whenever they want. Because I have so many attraction buildings in this area. A Ferris wheel, an expo center, we got a cafe, we got a gallery of the art, a restaurant, a Republican theater. People here do not want stuff, basically. They're happy. No attraction demand. Only electronics, sometimes sport, because during winter when it gets cold, I guess all the outdoor sports facilities shut down. And everyone has to go to the 2 indoor pools that we have in the city. And that gets a little bit cramped. Like ideally, what I found is you want an indoor pool and a sports hall, because the sports hall services the sports demand, while an indoor pool can also service the attraction demand. So here you can see sport is being fulfilled. It's a lot of capacity. But then if we check the indoor pool, which should also be in this area, if I remember, here you can see people fulfilling their attraction demand. So if you split that up, you can make sure they can also fulfill their sport demand in the indoor pool, but ideally the service is as a attraction building for most people. So it is another attraction building. But the sports hall is just sport. I've not seen anyone fulfill an attraction demand inside the sports hall. So we have a lot of sports capacity here, basically. Decipher, behave yourself. I cannot see it once they're in the shopping mall because they are already in it. You just have to observe like a group of pups near the shopping mall, or not the grocery store, for like, you see, which is quite tedious. Yeah. So anyone who's buying clothing might have not had a clothing demand while walking into the store. Like I said, I don't want that. You might want it for electronics, but for clothing it would make no sense. I wouldn't see the benefit to that. Electronics, if you want electronic saturation, yes, but we're running this Republic with no electronics since 1880 when we started. No electronic device has been sold in this Republic ever. All time, we had no computers, televisions, or radios anywhere. We accidentally imported some electronics in the beginning, but then quickly sold them again, but that was about it. When one of the distribution offices wasn't set correctly. I wonder, making people loyal above 50% is possible only with own radio and TV? No. Like I said, we had no radio, computer, or TV. But in the beginning, we got our loyalty back to 60%. And then I kinda messed it up, but you can run a loyalty positive Republic with the systems in the game. It's just very fragile and unstable, which is kinda cool. Unlike the radio and TV, which just works all the time. I'm kinda trying to push it back. We have a loyalty prison. We have some houses here where people with 75% and higher loyalty move into. And they work inside that prison and basically crank out people with 100% loyalty all the time. So they just instill them with massive amounts of Soviet propaganda. And when they release, they have 100% loyalty pretty much all the time. So that way we get highly educated workers and regular educated workers with 100% loyalty. It only works if you have people with over 50% loyalty inside the prison though. If you have people with less than 50% loyalty, there's zero effect of the Soviet propaganda. They don't do propaganda at that point. They will lower loyalty instead. At 50% it's zero basically. And then you can try and use those workers for other things. Like we're trying to use them with high loyalty in other prisons as well. But it's not working so well right now, as you can see, because we're having a bunch of escapes. And these loyalties here are not looking that great. But that's, I think, the Loyalty Prison 3. That's the last one that gets workers, pretty much. Loyalty Prison 2, hovering around just average, also not good enough. I think we're having too many prisoners is the problem. This loyalty boost needs to be at least over 1% to be effective. We're just having too many prisoners. I need another prison, I guess. Spread out the amount of prisoners we have. Way too many prisoners. They should put more prisoners in here. Maybe we should turn this one into a normal prison again, as an overflow. Like, just put any workers in here, don't do the propaganda. Just do culture enjoyment for happiness and sports enjoyment. Don't care about the loyalty in this one. And then we will unassign people with high loyalty from the buildings that they don't move in here anymore to work in the prison. So we don't waste our efforts in this area. Also need more secret police. We've got a lot of highly educated, decently loyal people here. Making a city with Marxist ideals. I'm giving everything according to needs and demands from everyone according to their skill. Maybe I should crank up propaganda on prisons and orphanage. That's the right idea. You need to give everyone enough prisons and propaganda and orphanages according to their needs. I mean, orphanages are like a special case that I'm exploring with this city, because we're saving the city from the pollution that it's experiencing by just providing tons and tons of orphanages to get the population growth to continue along. Otherwise, the city would not be long for this world with the amount of pollution it's running through. Life expectancy of 52. Or if we check the heating plant over here, it'll start at when the temperature drops below 10. That'll drop the life expectancy even lower, because it's closer to the housing. But it'll do its thing. Loyalty isn't as simple as I thought. Yeah, you can do funky things with loyalty, we've found. Like, I'm hoping that at some point we get some better management possibility for the loyalty systems, which would be great. Like mass assigning loyalty settings from building to building, for example. But we have been messing around with loyalty. One thing we were messing around with was having a structure for higher loyalty, highly educated people. Ideally over 50%, which this house is not really maintaining at all. And making them work in the school to then push the loyalty of the students over 50%. Because if they get an education by a teacher, the loyalty propagates from this teacher up to the loyalty of the teacher to the student. So the average loyalty of all teachers is the loyalty that the students will have at the end. So if you have a very high loyalty here, you can get your students up to that. But of course it means you can't ever get people with a higher loyalty than that of the teachers, so you have a slow drain of your loyalty. And that's where the prison system comes in, where you get sometimes people with 100% loyalty coming out of these. And orphanages, if you don't have a lot of people, can do the same thing. But if you want to have enough orphanages for your republic, you will need a ton of them. Way more than we currently have. Because orphanages you can't find balance. Orphanages are always crammed full of population. So trying to do a loyalty boost with orphanage is quite difficult. It works quite well in the beginning, because you can do a prison and an orphanage for loyalty boost, so you can get a lot of loyalty inside a settlement, like I've shown in the graph. That works quite well. I'm trying to restart the loyalty situation in the Republic, but it's at the brink of completely dying. Maybe now that the prison here has more capacity, we can transfer some prisoners over to that area to make sure that these prisons are not over capacity and the loyalty boost kicks in again. Because they're very susceptible to running over capacity and not having the propaganda work. This one's okay again as long as it has enough workers. This one receives the most workers. What I also did with this prison, it has a side entrance for workers, and then it has a traffic sign here to not let anyone walk in. So the only people that can work in this prison are people from these 4 houses, which get the highest loyalty. They get the quickest footpath, they get the highest loyalty. So this prison should always be stocked with enough workers, because they have such a short footpath here. No one else can walk in there. They don't have access. Because these footpaths are only accessible from the inside. There's nothing else connecting them. So that kind of limits who can work in this prison. And it's our first line of defense against loyalty drain, because this one just makes so much loyalty for the prisoners, which is quite good. Sounds like you're farming people in loyalty? Yes. We're trying to figure out if we can make a settlement with industry right in the side of the city center, and it seems to be working fine. Like here we have a settlement right next to the steel mill, slowly starting to build itself up. Population growth isn't where it is supposed to be yet, but the overall settlement population is still going up, so I think we'll be alright. Still growing compared to last year. But yeah, we have a lot of population drop each year from the pollution during winter, so it's kinda expected. Health goes from 88 down to 76. Could not believe at all at first. Then you could live a good life and have some monuments, you would start to believe. But if your local radio talk about new districts being built, new cities being settled, my last power outage was because we modernized electric lines, not because of anyone's fault. You could believe that you live in the best place ever. We give everything for the dream to continue. Yes. True. We're gonna build a single track here and see if we can fix the wobbliness of the train tracks, I think. This already looks very wobbly. Yeah, this is... Apparently the horrendousness has started here already. I guess we're gonna build one track and see if it is corrected after that, but not so great. Not sure if this builds cleanly, but that's the one we're gonna try first. If this is okay, then we can rebuild the other ones in the same shape, I guess. Oh. You can turn around, you're fine. I don't know why you're not turning around on your own. But yeah, it's kind of like also an experimental city, where we're trying to... I mean, in the future I would just build industries in the center of the city together with the heating plant and then make that work, I think. Or at least try to make it work, which I think is possible. Which I think would also make more realistic looking cities. Still on that program, basically, trying to make it work that way. Also, like, playing with so many horse carriages everywhere. If we were to start using modernized trucks, everything would be like, okay, there's no traffic issues, everything is fine. What am I worrying about? Because one truck can basically replace 4 or 5 horse carriages, and then there's no more traffic issues at all. But for the life of me, get the loyal foreign workers to the prison, so I opted for the expensive solution, which was just to invite experts to a house and assign it to the prison. Yes, that's what you should do. The loyal foreign workers doesn't really work that well. You start with a house assigned to the prison, and then you move some people in, and then the people from the prison are the only ones allowed to move back into the house. So you unassign high loyalty for every other building and just check the house with the loyalty setting for that one building that works inside the prison. And then you make sure that house is stocked, and once it's completely full, then you can open up another building and try and get loyalty started elsewhere. Maybe an orphanage, maybe a school. Try and propagate it that way. But if you spread yourself too thin, at some point it might collapse, so you gotta be really careful. Like I've shown you, I think the grand achievement of this republic in the beginning was we managed to get loyalty higher than what the arriving migrants had as a loyalty. They showed up here with 58 or so loyalty, and we got over 60 with the nature of the prisons. And in 1918, that was already 38 years. We had 3,491 productive age workers. So we didn't have a small amount of population. But then we had a little bit of a crisis and everything collapsed, and yeah, loyalty wasn't the highest priority at that point anymore. I've been trying to restart it ever since. But finding the right balance is quite tricky. I think we should be able to have the exit now for the coal train. So you don't need to do the weird turnaround here. 2 and 3 can go away. We can fix the signals again. Yes. Looks like coal delivery is fine to the city. No problem. And this loads so much faster than the custom. So a single train supplying the city for that short distance will be sufficient. Eating issues should be no more. I should also now bring... Well, once we have a second lineup, I should then bring the coal train from the power station in here, but then I will have to split up the waste removal, which should not be a problem. You could maybe connect that to a different train. doing that work. Maybe the gravel train can do that, because that one's always gonna have to go to the border. Once you're fully unloaded, go to the train depot. And the coal train for the power plant has to go and drop off the waste wagons, I think, and get the waste transportation task removed. Still got a couple waste wagons in here. With all these train lines, yes. Look at all them trains. Did I already mention we like trains? Okay, now the demolition is working. We'll see if that builds itself into a functioning track, but I don't think it will. I'll give it a try. To enhance your rail network in the city after playing Railroader? No. I mean, this is the first stream after Railroader, basically, in the city. I haven't really had much time to do anything with the knowledge that we acquired in Railroader yet. Right. I guess those waypoints are not happy at all. Relation drop starting a bit earlier this year. I think the issue is that people from way too far away are trying to walk to and work in this large prison. Where's the power plant train? Heading to the aggregate unloading station. No more waste pickup for you. No more demolition pickup for you. You're also gonna go into the train depot. We'll detach the waste wagons, and all you're gonna do is pick up coal from the storage in the reserve and move it to the power plant. Should make the power plant very reliably supplied. We're losing money right now, I think. I did shut down the vehicle production because we were running out of steel with all the rail construction ongoing. Hello, Dante Barracuda. Welcome. Almost done with the demolition. Then the second demolition train has to do its thing, and then the coal train can pick up before the city again. Are there any downsides of having everyone highly educated, or none at all? Everyone highly educated wants electronics more than people with basic education, so they're more likely to request electronics, which will cost you more money. I'm not sure if they're more susceptible to leaving when some of their demands aren't being met. It felt like it was true, but I don't know if that is actually true or not. But that is just a feeling, like it is actually true. I think you need to go back, because you need to let the other train come through here, and you would be blocking the track right now. Supplying coal to our heating plant seems kind of important. You know what? I believe you can do it. Go. The train will need to slow down a little bit. But yeah, coal supply during winter maybe a little bit important. They do have their own coal storages, so they shouldn't really run out, but I don't know. I also don't want to have the train track be blocked by the coal train picking up resources right now. But the next demolition task should get it sorted, I guess. There will be 2 more construction tasks though. But at least once the construction has gone past the signal, then there won't be an issue anymore. I hope this will be enough to get it fixed. If this doesn't work, we'll have to demolish it again. And maybe give it a little bit more space. I'll build it one by one now. Power plant train. That's the aggregate train. That one needs to have some train cars removed, so we couldn't put waste trains on it. Okay, so you are getting gravel to this station. After that, you're gonna travel back here, pick up aggregates, construction waste and metal scrap, anything really, into the empty wagons. Then you're gonna pick up the waste, mixed waste, and unload that at a customs house. Metal scrap, construction waste, mixed waste. Really, I can't... Wait, what? Why can I can define only one waste type? Okay, sure. Weird. I'll unload anything at the customs house, I guess. And then load gravel full again. I think that gets the gravel train sorted. We can set the waste wagons to only hold mixed waste, otherwise they're gonna get filled with stuff that shouldn't be in there. Like metal scrap and construction waste. That can sort itself out into the other train cars. Should be good enough. That's the power plant train. The other downside for having just highly educated workers is that they will prioritize workplaces that require highly educated workers. So you might notice a difficulty in them not trickling into workplaces that run regular education. Like, if you don't have enough workers overall, your shopping centers and grocers might run out of workers. Metal scrap, construction waste. Just in case. Okay. No more customs house for you. You pick up stuff from this loading platform. That's it. When will the zombie outbreak start? We had a ton of epidemics. None of which took hold because everyone dies pretty quickly, so I don't think a zombie apocalypse can happen here very quickly. Now you're making me want to try out Project Zombie Build 42. God dang it, you and your subversive means. I know what you're doing. I might take a look at it in the afternoon stream, maybe. I haven't played it in so long. When I die so often, people are gonna get really upset. Did I hear Zomboid community multiplayer server? No, you heard that wrong. No one was saying that at all. That was complete misinformation. I think Decipher wanted to set up one, but text chat only. No, please don't. Why not? Is it too scary? You could also play some more Casualties Unknown and torture some XPs, I guess. I don't know, I'm pretty sure that's what I heard. You might need a hearing aid, I think. Cableway cars going over the houses. Still like that works. Building a mountainous city with just cableway cars going over houses, it would be very pretty. Character I made one stream called Chadmac Redacted died last night after shooting like 200 zombies and clearing an area. Almost clearing it. Everyone's always trying to kill all the zombies. It's always the 201st zombie. Yeah, it's always the zombie you don't expect. Or you get complacent. I should do a run with sprinters only. Or like 1% sprinter chance and play as an overweight character. That would be very dangerous. And I would die so quickly. Sprinter Chan, yes. Oh god, it's a zombie. It's coming right for you, Decipher. No. I still haven't implemented animated emotes on Twitch stream overlay. MegaMonkey gave me a link. I'm worried. I don't think it's a good idea. It's the best idea. Because then people would see which horrendous emote I added. Torture Scarlet with. Exactly. Hello, Percussigan. Welcome. Okay, that finishes that demolition task. Let's see if the new construction will actually look nice. Keep going, it's fine. Court overwhelmed, that's not good. Crime wave. We had 2 courthouses. Oh no. I have to build another one. Which will create more prisoners. I guess we'll build another prison down here, right next to the heating plant. A large one. Actually, no, the large one is just like, the footprint is so big. Could have a couple smaller ones, I guess. I don't know, I'll build this big one. We have space. We could build a small prison outside range of heating to make sure we always have prisoner capacity. Now that's a thought. We feel like we have too many prisoners. We just build a small prison outside of heating range. And every winter it releases all the prisoners. What the heck is this emote? This is from Armored Assault. And it was a character that got caught in a bit of gunfire when we were strafing a settlement, and it was basically our emote for causing war crimes in that game. Good old war crimes. That's an inside joke, basically, from over 10 years ago, I think. Might not be that old, but it feels like it was that long ago. Okay, we'll get another prison up. And then I guess we need another courthouse as well. Seems to be a bit of a crime wave going on. Prison has to finish first, though. I think I'll build it here. I'll get rid of the curve. I thought we could do something nice with them, but yeah, don't have to have them. Don't worry, Pride will be tried in Das Hague. That's a good one. Logistics-wise, is one bigger better than several smaller ones anyways? Maybe. I haven't tested that yet. It might be. I just use the smaller ones for loyalty situations, I guess, because I can then sort it a little bit more easily where the people go. But yeah, I think this one would be another overflow prison. Until we have maybe enough people dealing with everything. I guess the one we're building now is going to be definitely overflow. And maybe this one can then be designated again as a loyalty prison. I feel like we don't have a prisoner capacity issue, but I don't know. You would expect this to hold way more, but apparently it can only hold like around 60 until it becomes a humongous problem. The modern prisons are better. At least the warning is going to go away soon. Once it drops below 19% or 20%, once it goes to 90% or less. It will solve enough cases, it's just there was a bit of a wave of criminality going into winter. And all the people got upset from the pollution maybe. Yeah, let me know when that one is done. Grocery store out of meat. Okay, what's going on? Did the construction officers do a thing again? No. It's just the trains are doing a thing right now. You go through. I would explain it. Manually messing around with the trains causing problems. No fire, thankfully. Not in a critical space, at least. Your Honor, I'm innocent. I think I should say, Your Honor, I'm Twitch famous. That always works. When you try to pull rank and status in a court and justice system, I think that's the way to do it. Still running on horses, all that horsepower. Yes. We're never gonna upgrade from them. Majority of transportation should be horses and steam trains. We're allowing ourselves a couple trucks, otherwise it would be just a nightmare making a large city like this. But more than 50% has to be horses for road transportation. We do have a couple trams and a couple trucks. There was a bit of a traffic jam situation that is currently untangling. Make sure our waste storage doesn't run full. We might have to add more waste cars to the gravel train, because that one might not run as often. 42 tons of mixed waste is maybe insufficient to deal with the growing city. But then again, the waste here is also rotting away slowly. Anything that is ash basically can slowly rot away. So I think it'll be okay for quite some time. And the power plant train now only has to do the coal. And there is enough space for the waste train to do its transportation here. Your birthday? How's a short birthday? Happy birthday. Let's continue your birthday forever by putting it on YouTube. You mentioned it on stream, so now the congratulations are out. I like short birthdays. Too short? Oh no. Well, day's not over yet. Call everyone again. Bring them back. Redo. No one could tell which date I meant. Yep. Unless I put it into the description. It's good to be back in Workers and Resources. I still wonder if we should do a new run. I mean, I like this run, but it's growing so large. And it's like only a third of the city center being built. MegaCity 20 win. That would be the next task. Once the city has been completed, we have to modernize it. Sorry, Mega Monkey. Sorry. I was just thinking out loud. I didn't mean it. So now the pollution here should be, or like the life expectancy here should be a little bit lower than anywhere else. You got 44 years, I think that's the record basically. Nope, 43 years. 43 years is lower than that. Always got enough flats available for new people to move in. I think this is episode 60 of the MegaCity 19 run. I've got a bunch of cars to build. We got so many more trams waiting here. Do we want to double up the trams? Rail vehicle production, load anything, bring it to the long train depot. I think we need another delivery train for the coal. What's happening here? Oh boy, okay, yep, traffic jam. I guess that was... Oh, you want to go that way? I don't think you can do that. Coal reserve south, train aggregate unloading. Oh, you want to go through here, right? Problem. Not enough space. Your net dropped out, what did I miss? Oh, we just had a vote on if we wanted to stop with the MegaCity run. And it was one vote in favor of stopping. So... You missed it. I think I saw the rail construction vehicle not having any issues here, traveling over the track. It looked like it was doing fine. I think we can start with the next one. Don't have to demolish anything. If the rail construction vehicle runs across the track fine and doesn't disappear, then everything is okay. I don't think it disappeared. Didn't look, but it looked fine, I think. I guess we can turn it around. We'll probably travel the length of the track to do the turnaround anyway. Okay, that looks better. I don't see any disappearing train, so we're all good. I don't know how you were allowed to travel all the way through there, but not anymore. Now we got 2 loading stations for 450-meter long trains. Fewer issues. But I need to run that extra train to bring coal off the border. Where's that train? Might be waiting behind another train. Yes, it is. Okay, we'll just have to give it some time. Once the coal is unloaded, which won't take that long. Oh wait, what does it mean when the train disappears? It was just built wrong in the sense of the line snapping, bringing the track too close together and it causing some issues. Train disappears instead of trying to look glitchy, and then it jumps to the map center as a precaution. It still travels along the track normally, but it just the visibility of the cars disappears. The most fun is the start of the New Republic. After a while, it becomes constant maintenance. I like the challenge of having something that needs to be done. I don't think I care about having too much money anymore. I'm trying to get over that because some people see the balancing of the finances as a challenge, but I think that's like not that difficult after you understand what you're doing, which can take a couple hundred, if not 1,000 plus hours, of course. But after that you feel like you can make money with anything. And then I think my current challenge is trying to build inefficient but more realistic, and setting myself logistical challenges instead. Was where I built that did that. Well, one thing that can happen is if you build a corner too sharp. Like if you start a corner and make it as sharp as possible, and then you decide to build an inside track on that, which has a sharper corner than what is allowed, and then you build another inside track and it gets sharper and sharper. At some point the game is gonna say, nope, that's too sharp, I'm gonna disappear the trains. We have tried that before, it looks quite silly when you run trains through there. Would not recommend if you want to have a nice looking republic. But hey, it's very space efficient. Look at that U-turn. Can have a train do that turn. I don't know if it lets me place this one. At some point it has to be like, nope, stop. I guess that's now. And if I'm going to pick up the game again, I'm so going to use that one. Yeah, good luck. Just trains having sharper corners than road vehicles. Nothing's gonna go wrong with that. Hairpin turns for trains, yes. It's the only way. I guess the traffic jam we had might have also slowed down waste transportation for a bit. Yeah, a little bit. It's catching up again. So we will need a courthouse every 10,000 people. Otherwise we're gonna run into issues if there's some crime waves. And I just want to make sure I have enough capacity for criminals, because I am still doing the loyalty thing. So we need overflow prisons to make sure that the loyalty prisons don't run over their capacity. And of course then we can also bring in more prisoners. Because crime also affects loyalty. I think serious crime does. I think minor crimes affect happiness. I don't remember medium crime. We tested it in the science time. Serious crime definitely affects loyalty and happiness. And sometimes health. And for everyone who's also in the same building. Where the crime is committed. Did you not pick up the engine? You did not. Go and pick up the engine. I would like not to run out of coal. Oh no, 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 that one is not happy. That one has the issue again. Stop it. I don't know why. I'm not sure why. Why that section of track becomes a problem. I'm gonna have to build it in short bursts, I guess. Maybe that prevents it. Something about this doesn't stick right with the game. At least that's a quick demolition. Let's see if that gets built correctly, I guess. Maybe that'll have a better time. Gonna have to monitor it, see if that it actually gets built correctly. Don't want to have shenanigans up on us again. Population drop. Okay. Not any more than last year. A little bit less. Still need that extra orphanage, I think. See if the train disappears again. I didn't expect that stuff to happen when we were planning this. I mean, it hasn't happened before at all. When not looking for glitches intentionally. Looks better. I don't know why it was complaining with that curve. Still looking good. A disappeared train. We don't have to build the fourth one until we have demand for it. Like 3 tracks for loading is already quite a lot. I don't think we need to be any stronger than that. Did we build 2 trains? Maybe? Maybe we built 2. Thought we only had 1. You're gonna have to help and run some supplies while we continue building the train cars for you. From the customs house to the coal reserve. We'll get more train cars at some point when they're done building. Looks good. Yeah, something about that angle I didn't like. As long as they can get to the tram platform, houses could be built here. Just fine. Set up the extra courthouse. I think it was fine. I assume it was. I'm not gonna build anything else. The last track can wait. Should be okay. I'm gonna set out trains for auto replacement at 75% wear. And 50 years. They should last until 100 years, even at 75%. But they're having a little bit too many, a couple too many breakdowns, I think. Got 82, you should be getting replaced. Construction material train. How's the scrapyard doing? There's not too much stuff here. I mean, just the train had to be replaced, not the cars. footpath over the train tracks for the prison. More worker capacity from this area then would be possible. But I did want this footpath to be aligned with the power. I guess it doesn't have to be. Unemployed people is not that many, but where is it happening? Might be a single building with wrong assignments. Prisons. You do not have enough loyalty to work in any of the prisons. And you're very close to the pollution center, so I don't think you should have highly educated workers, or like highly loyal workers anymore. You're gonna be unassigned. The other one's already close enough. If we can deal with a 4% drop in loyalty, we could make the people here gain loyalty, but sometimes there's not enough workers. And then the loyalty drop becomes a little bit higher than that. But at least the loyalty is not down to 0, so that's good. On average, we should be able to deal with the loyalty drain at the moment. Not a lot of snapping points available here for a footpath. So there could be some more housing here as well. We don't have to have footpath entrances into the orphanage if we don't want to. As long as we can get to the or a tram stop, everything will be in range. Can we fit a monument there? Yes. Yes, we can. don't know about a monument facing that direction. I mean, I guess it'll be fine. We'll have another orphanage here, set up some more housing. This turn doesn't really need to exist in this shape at all. That is to be determined how this should look like. Because we haven't decided yet what housing we want in that location. We just have to make sure the tram stop is connected to all of them. And that should not be a problem. Because even the gas station and the horse feeder are connected. So presumably if we place any house in this area, it'll have a way to get to the tram stop. There we go. We want to have a footpath going straight through. It should line up with the existing one. The red line going about into the middle of this whole footpath. Here I guess it could connect either way. We could make a weird, nice little corner section. I think that is possible. I don't know if I can get the corner the other way as well. That is something I haven't mastered yet completely. Like two nice corners going either direction. You basically need something to start the corner with. An endpoint. And it has to be underneath the house, which is the problem. Or they also need a waste storage here or two. There's the short coal train helping out a bit until we get more train cars for it. Slightly inefficient, but it will help keep the coal store full for winter to come. And then after winter we have more train cars produced. A bit slow. We could probably add more workers now. Which will increase the pollution. I think what we could do is just not curve it, but place diagonals. So what I would do is just some diagonal footpaths here instead. That looks wonky. Doesn't connect to the correct one. That one looks like it should be the right one. Yeah, that looks a bit better. I built it in the wrong direction. Wait. Why are you turning that oh, maybe that street lamp is from the other footpath. I guess it's fine. Just make sure we had water, sewage, heating, and electricity. Looks like we're all going to be okay. And then I guess we can build more housing. Not supposed to be the highest loyalty. We don't have any area here that's supposed to take the highest loyalty, and no people without education either. Not really a school here, so I don't want masses of uneducated workers showing up in this area. Maybe some people with higher education, but we can decide on that later. For now, just people who can work in the orphanage, pretty much. Some waste storage capacity, then we can bring in more housing along this path as much as we can. For now we can start building this. It's their grocer. If they want to have clothing, they have to get on a tram and travel to a shopping center. Oil price going down doesn't really matter to us. Not important. Got 2 more extensions off of the conveyor belt for 2 future heating plants. One was supposed to be between the rail construction and the rail vehicle production, and one was supposed to be further west, providing heating to extension of that housing. So up here we would like to have a heating plant supplying heating directly to the houses in that area, and then one on the southern side, maybe with heat pumping stations connecting the area close to the river. But before we do any large-scale expansion on that area, we'd have to get the new sewage treatment plant up. I'm only giving myself the extra capacity inside the city center on the existing sewage treatment plant, because I think we can handle it. But it was getting close to its limit, even if it doesn't look like it. It can do 3 sewage pipes worth of treatment, which is 225, and then only 70% of that because of the limit when it has to undergo wear and tear maintenance. Right now it's running okay. I don't want to use more than 150 cubic meters to 200 cubic meters of that building, even if it's 140 cubic meters capacity, just because of the pipe connections we have to run. But it makes sure we don't have any pollution coming in from sewage water into the city. It'll all stay clean. If we ever need a second coal train for the city center, that means the steel production is probably running at full tilt. It would be crazy. Isn't this supposed to be a roundabout? Well, I guess you are traveling it correctly. I'm gonna resume vehicle production again. We were at 3.6 billion, 4.1 billion before that, and we haven't really made enough money. Relying heavily on our vehicle exports normally. Not fully, but quite a lot. Storage itself for winter, the coal reserve, looks fine. 2 trains bringing coal here for both the power plant and the city's heating and steel production should be sufficient. And uncoupling that from the pickup for the city's supply is going to be really nice, because the city supply only has to travel about 1 kilometer from the city center through the exit and towards the coal reserve. No more delay going to the border and back. Except I guess when it has to coal, but then we have an internal coaling station. So it doesn't have to use the one at the city entrance. I'll get the housing set up first, populated, and then bring in the orphanage. We might need another kindergarten here. We might also set up another grocer. As a bit of a form of redundancy, we could have another grocer here. I think I'm gonna start lowering the hospitals. Barely any queues here. We'll see how bad it gets during winter, which is not that far away. Population growth has another 2 months about before the heating plants kick in October and start polluting everything. Keep expanding, maybe we can get to 20,000. An extra orphanage will help get the population growth up. I still think we have plenty of housing capacity. But I do need the extra workforce for the orphanages. No, we don't have that much housing, I guess. Oh, 9. Welcome. Maybe a grocer here would also do. Way too many footpaths on that road. Or we just slap one down in location. Would be pretty close to the existing one. We'll see how high the demand gets. Could be so many more workers in here. I also want another pub. But yeah, make sure the orphanage is staffed with enough workers, because we'll need that for the population drain coming in winter. Running the rail vehicle production and the road vehicle production at the same time is a bit strenuous on our workforce, but I did free up a couple, closing down some of the hospital capacity. I want to do the same thing for the university. We get our generic technical university for everyone to visit, but with limited capacity. And we get the one with the higher loyalty, pushing people up to 45% loyalty. Can't really go higher than that. We don't even have enough coverage to check everyone's loyalty at the moment. Some houses exist with unknown loyalty. Lack of secret police in the areas causes that. And of course the slow traffic with the horse carriages blocking vehicles. Need more brainwashing? I'm trying, but it's difficult. As soon as the population count for these houses starts going down, it's going to affect the loyalty in our loyalty prison, which is dangerous. You need to stop accepting people with the highest loyalty. As do you. I need to turn it off for everything, basically. Except those 4 houses for the loyalty prison. We'll turn it off. And only turn it on for these 4. We have to make sure to do that for all city zones. You don't accept anyone. All reserve. Doesn't have anyone. That should be everything. Now everyone with 75% loyalty or higher will go into these houses, making sure that our central loyalty production, the one that should always be active, is going to be unaffected. Everyone with over 75% loyalty will go into any of these 4 houses, making sure that this prison is always staffed with enough people with high loyalty. It will mean that these will probably run into a little bit of trouble with their capacity, but we'll see. And so true. Hello, July. If we can get people over 60 or 70% loyalty with our school system, that would be ideal. But that's also very difficult, because then we need enough teachers with set loyalty to make their way into the education center and guarantee that they get a university education. So not only do we have to staff the school with that loyalty, but also, well, more likely we have to staff the university with that loyalty. Well, I guess for the prisons we only need regular education. Doesn't have to have the university. I do need to make sure we get enough people with high loyalty for the university, though. Maybe we can push it over 50%. Am I not doing any medical research? I have done medical research. We've done preventative medicine, heart attack, stroke prevention, vitamins, alcohol standards. I could get the population birth rate increase to try and pump the city full of citizens, but pollution is just gonna be more brutal then. We need a consistent way to grow it. But yeah, it would help us during emergencies, I guess. Oh, cool ghost. Welcome. It's beautiful? Yes, I agree. We've also researched pollution filters, so it is less bad as it used to. But of course we're building more and more housing and more and more heating plants to basically make it worse than it was before. 1 more month before the heating plants kick in. October is when it's going to cool down. At 18 degrees I think was when the heating plants were triggering. At least the large ones. And then I'll have to run a lot to get the heating going. But I don't want to have them run during summer. It's a waste of workforce, I think. Okay, that should get a lot of footpath construction going at once, basically. They can reach quite a few, so they can start delivering some gravel to them and get started, instead of having to wait for one to be done and then start the next one. Multiple horses can send gravel to multiple footpaths now. Let's try a new playlist from Carl Casey. Dark synth. Didn't look like it, but it might get too aggressive, so we might have to switch back off from it. Funny thing is that I work with conveyor belts nowadays. We also have conveyor belts. We like conveyor belts. Coal distribution for the heating plants is all done by conveyor belt. Okay, this is not a soundtrack that's gonna work for us. Let's do this one. Conveyor belts. We like cableways. Lots of trains. Kinda hoping we get more conveyor belt types. I doubt it. I don't know what conveyor belts we would need. Oh, you're not set to wait until unloaded, huh? That's why you're constantly running. Just wait until unloaded. No need to run. You are... if the storage is full. Okay. Man, time goes quickly when playing this. I can't believe it's already been over 4 hours. Well, we still got an hour left. Bidirectional over under underground tunnel. I don't know what I mean, bidirectional is just 2 conveyors, isn't it? Unless you mean transporting it underneath the conveyor. Like you have a conveyor at the top and then a conveyor at the bottom, and it side loads into the under part of the conveyor. I don't know. I don't think any of those sound likely. So we have a roller system here. I guess it would have to be designed that way. Tunnel conveyors would save a lot of space, I guess. But also make the industry look a little bit weird. It would make it look more modern than, I guess, up to 1990. But who knows? I don't know. Things could happen. There's still a DLC planned. I don't know what it's gonna be. I'm excited, but also there's a very high likelihood that things I would like or people want, it might not be in it. But then again, someone has figured out a way to mod workers and resources more than normal, so maybe stuff will happen that was thought to be undoable. A little bit cautious with that though. So yeah, let's stabilize the loyalty prison. Making sure all the loyal people get into these houses once all of those are filled. I guess instead of going for the other prisons, maybe... I mean, I should make sure they are running. I guess they get 50 to 75% loyalty, which should be okay. It's not going to be a huge amount of loyalty gain, I guess, but maybe it'll do alright. As long as it's over 50%. So instead we could maybe try and focus on the university, which we haven't done in a while. I did focus on the school, which was quite good because it got a nice big volume of people with good loyalty. Especially people with basic education, which could then work in other prisons. I would have to send more teachers here to make sure that that is possible. Which I guess we can do. But I'll wait until the houses are done filling up. Oh, wait, that's not the right prison. This one. Shouldn't take too long. Any prisoner release will go into any of these houses. They accept any education. Except, well, any education, so people with no education are not accepted. They have to have any education. And highest loyalty, over 75%. Bidirectional has a motor in both ends and can traverse in either direction, over, under... Oh, but it can change direction? Okay. I thought it was transporting stuff on top of the conveyor and at the bottom of the conveyor, which travels in the opposite direction. Over under is two-belt system, allowing shared transportation in the same space constraint or opposing directions without a whole different line. Okay, maybe I was thinking over under is bidirectional. I don't know in which situations that could make sense though, because buildings always have an output or an input, they don't have a shared input-output. I guess between conveyor towers it could make sense. So you have like conveyor towers here and you can feed stuff in and pull stuff out off the same conveyor tower. Would be quite chaotic with the connections though. Heating plants are now running, end of September. Drop below 18 degrees, it's kicking in. And it's already nice and polluted here. Very nice. This heating plant is only going to kick in the middle of winter when it drops below 10. Like, okay, I thought I set it to 0. It's kicking in already. But this one's only running with 3 workers max. It's supposed to reduce the heat drain on the heat exchanger. So I have a little bit of redundancy here in case of the heating plant running over its capacity. You can see it's supposed to only be at 70% maximum. It's already going over that, which is when the other heating plant would kick in to help it. So we need some, maybe we need some more auxiliary heating plants to make sure this doesn't become a problem later on. But I think that extra heating plant will basically take over. If both undergo maintenance at the same time, it's probably still okay. Like here I limited it to 3 workers, which will not push it over 70% at all. That way we guarantee that it's never using more than 70%. Which also would mean that 70% efficiency at 3 workers is probably lower than 70% production. But I'll worry about that when it comes to it. $18,200, slightly higher than last year, I think. Yes. We got an upwards trend. Our population growth will cease now, with the pollution kicking in, I think. Last population growth stopped second half of October last year. At 18,020. We're already over that. Last year, birth rate was lower than death and escape rate. This year, we're still over with the birth rate, so it depends what happens during winter, I guess. I'm not sure how that calculates. Like, how did we start at 17,400 people and ended up at 18,200? Oh, sorry, I miscalculated. This is this year. Last year. Right. 17,570 down to 17,400. Now that makes sense. That does make sense. This is when the new orphanage came online, I think. It must have been before that, though. Each orphanage provides such a nice buffer of population gain. Just need to make sure this has enough workers at all times, and it will guide us through winter. I think next year we might be able to set up the next orphanage. Hopefully with sufficient population gain. But yeah, we should probably get started on the road. No one's supposed to walk in here. I mean, they can, but I'll probably put a sign there. No foot traffic, no workers, no pedestrians. I guess it doesn't matter. People can walk along that road. We did build another university into the city, and I forgot where it was placed. Oh, I see it. That one. Also a reliable source of new workers, focusing on the people with the highest education. And we do have student halls, but not for people with that loyalty. So here, only the people who actually finish education will go through, and will not fill up a student hall with people of that loyalty level. Like, we could designate a student hall for that. Say that any loyalty is allowed, but we don't have an issue with that. As long as it makes a certain amount of highly educated workers every now and then, they'll be fine, even if some of them cancel their education with insufficient time to finish it. I only want to preserve the ones with the highest loyalty. So no education went up, which is basically also children, etc. Population growth went up. Basic education just holding where it is for the last 2 years. Except when we built the orphanage, I guess, it went up by a spike and then it's holding. University education was trending down a little bit and is now slowly going back up. Has settled in where it is. We need to make sure it's over 35% or so. So another university would push that up a bit higher. Right now we're okay, I guess. This one accepts highly educated workers, which can work in the secret police and anywhere else after that. Vehicle production buildings are also allowed, but you can't reach them from that side. That is a conveyor engine. We have to make sure that as soon as these buildings are full, we open up different housing to allow people to move into. Otherwise we're going to lose all of that population, because they will only check when they get released from prison. if there's space, and if there isn't, they just leave the Republic. But yeah, we don't want a crisis regarding crime and justice, so I'll build the new courthouse right now as we trundle towards 20,000, at which point it will become mandatory. Right now we just had a crime wave last year where it caused a little bit of a spike in crime. Should be okay now. And yeah, next year we'll need more housing. No 21-year-olds without their own flat means we should be able to get some more orphanages going. I guess that could be our indicator. If it's October and we don't have any 21-year-olds without their own flat, we might need more orphanages. I mean, the other alternative would be to reduce pollution, but that's part of the challenge. 19th century style settlement doesn't care about pollution as much. We could also maybe set up inner city passenger transportation. Picking up workers from here and transporting them somewhere else. Set up a train platform. We don't really have a demand for that though, it's like inner city transportation. If we had like an outside area, then we could pick up workers, transport them to another area, pick up and drop off workers, and then go to an outside mine. But I only want to build resource facilities, like raw resource facilities for our city if the customs houses become insufficient at delivering them. Which is putting the stake very high, of course. City is making a good shape. Yeah, it looks pretty good. %69 loyalty, 70%, 70%. These are average loyalties. So that's quite nice. I think I'm gonna drop the secret police from you. Other people can work in there. There's a building with a lot of highly educated workers who can work in that secret police. You should just do the loyalty prison. Okay. I'm dehydrated. No one told me I need to drink, so I'm gonna drink something. That building can get to the tram stop, even with the footpaths being a little bit incomplete, so it'll be alright. Can walk around the outside. We might also want to start setting up some extra distribution offices to feed resources into the other side. And I still don't know about... I mean, we still have the train tracks coming through here. Kinda need to be wary of those. Still not sure about an extra warehouse area. This one seems to be doing a lot of work, which is kind of nice. But I don't know how many more vehicles I could run through it and extend our capacity. There's a lot of horse carriages and trucks at work. The trucks are mostly for unloading the station into their respective storages. And then the horse carriages come in and pick up resources from either these small warehouses for the individual resources, chemicals and clothing and fabric, or the double setup for the food here, with some buffer storages in case we have a crisis. Then we can flip the warehouse factory connections around and have 3 times as much food available. So if the warehouse food turns empty, we can get it almost another 200% in there. Over 200% actually. This one's 500. Breaking news, streamer drinks to stay hydrated without chat consent. Yeah. I took the initiative, I had to. It was that or a shorter stream, so I think it was in the best interest of chat. One train getting repaired right now. Increase the priority leading into the orphanage for the road leading into the orphanage, and then make sure we get that built for next winter and populated with workers. Waste could fall over at some point when our waste capacity is over the limit. We don't notice. Our waste pickup offices are still not completely busy, which is good. But yeah, I don't want to risk that, so we need to maybe think about some more horse technical services on the other side of the settlement as well. Also for like distance, having like a cluster of technical services on this side would certainly help. And the unloading for the incineration is also becoming a bit more busy. We could, in theory, let the horse carriages unload into a waste storage that then aggregates it into some truck transportation, because these are basically only carrying 2 tons. And the trucks could be carrying, I think, up to 6 tons. So we could make this area more efficient by letting them swap the resources around elsewhere. Like maybe in this location we could set up a way for the horse carriages to drop off their waste into maybe container storages. But it would be kind of a little bit like problematic. Mostly because I would have to micromanage multiple unloading stations. Then consolidate it down. We could also send some of the horse carriages into the incinerators directly. They don't have to unload in here. But this was set up in case one of the incinerators undergoes maintenance for its machinery and it stops working. There's a high chance that the second one is still running. Okay, more distribution to the prison. Make sure we have a lot of food in here. 80-20 should be okay. This is an overflow prison, so culture, enjoyment and enthusiasm for sports pretty much. Don't care about loyalty. I want happiness, culture enjoyment and sports enjoyment. And a reduction of the criminality, of course. That is a lot of workers. Another epidemic. We're getting those once a year now. At minimum. We had a lot of them in our playtime. Hello, Carpath Ice. Welcome. You built that city from scratch? Yes. That is a series we've been doing. We're on episode 60 right now. Around 4 to 5 hours per video, sometimes shorter though. But yeah, that one has been ongoing. We had a city on the outside edge, next to the customs house where the resources and workers get imported from the beginning. And that one has been cleanly demolished. And now we're just in the city center, in the map center of the world. Only one city allowed on MegaCity. But I did need an extra city. I couldn't build into the city center with just horse carriages. So I've been working on that. Challenge was to be for us to get to 100,000 citizens with just horse carriages and trains, and it's been taking so long. We're pushing 20,000 now. 18,200 is what we're up to. And expansion is slow. And as a side goal, we added the fact that we don't want to care about pollution in the city. So we have our production facilities right next to the urban centers, and that's fun. Normally, when you play the game, you get taught to not do that, and it's good advice. But we're trying to make it more realistic. So this is our population is swaying around each winter. We're dropping about 1,500 people every winter. It's kind of how things used to be, no zoning. Yep. City is supposed to look like a 19th century style settlement. That's why we are in 2012 and we haven't modernized away from horse carriages, a couple trucks and mostly, well, exclusively steam trains yet. Look at those modern cranes. State of the art. You can see the crumple zone right in front of the legs of the person, right? It's not riding, steering the carriage, I guess. Protection plate. Okay, prisoners have to wait until we get all the supplies in here, but I think they'll be fine. You got enough satiety to survive, I think. Stuff is incoming now, I'll be okay. Meanwhile, in my current playthrough, I'm trying to increase pollution to deal with overpopulation. Yes, pollution is quite nice at controlling population. I believe it's called driving. Is it driving for a horse carriage? I wasn't sure. I thought it had a different name and I hesitated. Pretty sure? Okay. Pretty sure means look it up, I guess, which I will do. Coachman. Coachy, whip, hackman. Is a person who drives a coach or carriage or similar horse-drawn vehicles. The coachman. Driving horse carriages and driving cattle. Driving is pretty universal and was around before cars. Ah, okay. But yeah, I guess just the person driving the coach has a different name, not the act of driving it. Driver has a name based on what they are driving. Well, for horse carriages it looks like coachman is universal. For all horse-drawn vehicles it's coachman. Coachman is correctly applied to the driver of any type of coach or carriage having an independent seat for the driver. Oh, independent seat. Yeah, I mean that's what we have. I mean they're freight, mostly. Or passenger. The horsey man, yes. The horsey man. How could I forget about the horsey name? So, winter in full swing now. Pollution doing its thing. Wagon drivers different though. They're called Teamsters or Wagoneers. Wagon. Okay. So that one would be a Wagoneer. Oop. Hard to see at night. That's a big wagon, yeah. And can barely carry anything. Carries 2 tons of aggregate. But I guess it's because of the wheels, the spoke wheels with metal rim, I guess. Is it metal rim? I don't know. Can't really carry much in that. Look at the concrete mixer. Ginormous. I guess it's okay. I guess we just had a hand, like a small one for personal use, but maybe maybe there were industrial-sized ones of that caliber. So yeah, we can have up to 3 trains dropping coal into the reserve. And then however many trains need to pick up coal can do that from here. Loading speed is not as fast as from a modern loading station, but it's faster than the customs house and shorter distance. Population down by 900 people. Eh, 800. That extra orphanage will probably help us get back to actually having some 21-year-olds without their own flat, which I do want. I want that stability. Speaking of which, we must make sure not to run our houses full here. These concrete wagons are hilarious. Before trucks, concrete was mixed exclusively on site because it would have hardened otherwise, yeah. So I guess they're bringing a concrete mixer over to like mix the material locally. Which is its way of doing things, I guess. There are some concrete trucks though that have a flat plane that is covered. Which might be historically accurate, I'm not sure. So if we go into our truck-based construction office, we have concrete mixers here. That aren't mixers, but they're concrete trucks. They look like this. Just got a covered back panel. Could also be argued that they're just transporting the material to mix it on site, I guess. But they're driving very slowly, so I'm imagining them to actually be full of concrete. Which I deem funny. So many junctions. Yep, I believe we get the orphanage done next year, before October, and have it populated with some workers. It'll average out the workers, so some will go in here, which will catch some of the children, which would be lost during winter once the parents die or leave the Republic, which should increase overall population growth. So the year after we will have more workers, which should also mean more workers for this area. Because here the large houses are not really filling up yet, so I think we need to push for a little bit more. Standard dump trucks were what pre-mixed concrete was but first hauled in, so those bed dumps. If those beds dump, it's accurate. I don't know if they do. I don't think they have an animation for dumping. I don't remember having looked at that. I think they just go there and it disappears, because I don't think they wanted to animate the cover being removed and then it dumping, so I don't think it does that. But who knows, it might. Might have just missed it all this time. Nope, doesn't do an animation. They look like they could be dump beds. Yeah, could be. Not saying they aren't. I was wondering why that one orphanage was at 10%. 80-20 makes more sense. I am again in the city with the fistful of dollars. Gotta believe. Well, good luck. We don't accept dollar. Believing is all you can do. Back in the New York groove. No gambling. It's quite the challenge making a city of 100k without modern tech. Yes. I was like, I could just put the stake at like 25,000 or 50,000 citizens and be happy with it. But then I was like, let's do something dramatic. I'm like addicted to workers and resources right now. Let's do something that actually gives me a reason to play for a very long time. And then with the challenge and the technical limitations, it was a really long time even without getting to a very high population count. But yeah, soon we have to expand more water production and sewage treatment. Maybe another power plant for reliable power supply on the other side. I think they need an extension. Only 7 megawatts is what they can provide. And they're almost at that limit. So some cableway cars into another power station center southwest. Just feeding power into the MegaCity 19 center from the western side. I still want to start something new in workers and resources, but I can't do that in parallel. That would be ridiculous. But I also want the city to grow. Maybe we need to decide that the challenge is to form the city center core. I don't know how much further we can spread it. I don't know. It's like a... Since we limited our technological expansion, I guess even if the game changes, we would still have access to all the low technology stuff, and that wouldn't change as much. But of course, if the next DLC is something really cool and modern, then I would also be encouraged to switch over. I kind of want to see if we can, for example, a Siberia run with the new pollution strategy. So I think we could just have a settlement built right around a heating plant now and not care about the pollution anymore. I believe we would have that knowledge. But yeah, we're also slowly approaching the end of the stream. Break time is approaching. And I think in the afternoon we're going to do something else. I might try out Project Zomboid, I'm not sure yet. It might be a test stream with some stuff and Project Zomboid thrown in. To be decided. Zomboid is really good now, I hope. I hope so. I haven't played in a while. I saw it got over 100,000 concurrent players, which is ridiculous, but well deserved. Guns are way different. Oh. Didn't know about that. Tons more crafting. I think they added the ability to survive outside of a city completely. Wilderness survival and stuff like that. Which sounds kind of cool. Napping stones? Cool. So what you're saying is we can do Unreal World in Project Zomboid now. Totally independent now. Excellent. I guess I'm gonna get my overweight Project Zomboid ass in the wilderness and see if we can survive there then. Make a character overweight and just running into the wilderness and see if we can survive. I don't think it's gonna go that well. I don't know. Maybe as a park ranger would make sense for the first attempt. Survival camping sim, yeah. Eat all the mushrooms for nutrition, all of them. Don't let any mushroom go. They all have calories in them. Or build up an immunity. Maybe, we'll see. I want to play some more of that Probably Stolen game. It's called Probably Stolen. It's such a kind of terrible name, but I mean, I have played some of it off stream, but I also don't want to overplay it. I'm not sure when it's going to release. Supposedly this year. That is something I saw. But yeah. Other than that, I downloaded a game called... 2 more demos that look kind of interesting. One of which seems quite technical and nice. They released in April. It's called Geario. About making mechanical contraptions out of gears. I'm not interested in that. Apocalypse has no sprinters. Extinction has sprinters. Yeah, I don't need sprinters, I don't think. Sprinters in Project Zomboid sounds a little bit too much. I'm gonna try and get some more Project Zomboid streams going. Tomorrow's gonna be warm again for the next 5, 6... No, it's gonna be around 30 degrees plus for this foreseeable future, but I think I can stream now. I think I got a setup now that's cooling enough, I hope. I guess I'll be tested. As on sprinters, plus extinction has random door opening zombies. Ooh. Okay. I mean, more difficulty is nice. I hope that they've added some stuff that is realistic and beneficial to the player. There's like this meme going around that the dev is just adding realistic things when it hurts the players, but avoids it when it could benefit the player. I don't know. But they've added a lot of nature, like camping, crafting and stuff like that, which is beneficial to the player, so I guess they are doing both. They add both good and bad, yeah. I mean, like, Extinction could be fun for like a one-off stream, basically. See how long we can survive with like a weird character design. Because I don't know, like sprinters could get out of hand quite quick. Depends on how many there are, and if you hit a building alarm, I guess. But yeah, looks enticing. Let's put it that way. Missing steel on the vehicle storage, which means our vehicle production has pretty much emptied out the steel again. So we're all also doing rail production. I'm going to shut down the... Okay, you can finish that last car, but we're going to shut down the road vehicle production for now. Just do the rail one and provide some extra steel for construction purposes. We're not doing any more rail construction right now, so the storage for the rail construction should fill up, and then at that point the steel inside the steel mill should keep filling up. I mean, we're also exporting it, which is maybe not ideal. That's the other thing, I guess. It's random sprinters. Some people are really good at Zomboid, not me. They play in Extinction mode and don't die for very long stretches. Yeah. I have been good at Zomboid as well. I've streamed it once and I was just going rampaging around without dying. But I want to I don't want to make a strong character. I know people can survive with weak characters. I want to survive with a weak character and stay weak. I don't want the power fantasy of becoming excessively strong, I guess. No dynamic. Not possible. Okay, a prison is supplied. All good. I'll lose their loyalty, but I'll gain happiness, culture enjoyment, massive reduction in criminality. It'll be fine. There's a possibility of doing a random character with random perks. That can be quite challenging, yeah. I like playing stealth characters, trying to sneak around the zombies, but it's been so difficult. I haven't done that in a while. Because you need to like kind of lose the zombies, and if you don't manage it, it gets really, really challenging. To the point where you might have to run out of the city. You don't have to do Iron Man, you can respawn. Yeah, but then you get to the point where you're like, I can just respawn and just pick up my stuff again. I don't know. You know how I do challenge runs. There should at least be a possibility of failure. Once you add respawning, death becomes slightly less meaningful. It just becomes a time constraint. Alright, we dropped down to 16,400. I think that's about the level of last year, this time for real. Slightly more. I did lower the amount of workers inside the hospitals because I thought we didn't have any queues. Like this one has a queue now, which is fine. Queues are okay. I'm okay with queues now. I just want more efficiency. Okay, maybe it's getting a little bit long, but I don't know. It's winter. They'll be all right. Okay, it's getting quite. More doctors, please. Also prefer the rent to run after dying, except in MP. Yeah. Multiplayer shenanigans are different, I guess. I think we're lacking highly educated workers in this area. There's barely any doctors here. You are assigned to the hospital. Make sure the hospital and secret police are filled before you start sending people to the tram stop, I guess. I guess that should fix it. Until you play on an MP server, for example, grab multiple skills to level 10 for IRL weeks, then die because you didn't log off properly and starve to death. Yeah. It's like real life, if you don't log off correctly. I mean, have you tried going to sleep outside in the streets during winter? It's the same thing. You need to log off properly. You need to go into your house, change into your pajamas, go into bed. Skill journal mods. I don't want to do mods. The only mod I want to try is the RV mod, the RV interior mod, so we have like a mobile house. That's the only one that interests me, I guess. Okay, it's not the only one. The other one was the My Summer Car mod for Project Zomboid, which makes cars more detailed. I mean, for MP. Even MP, like, if people can just negate dying, I don't know. Once the threat of dying goes away in multiplayer, people are just running around rampaging and clearing out whole areas from zombies with no fear of death. I've been playing too much stuff like armor, I guess. I guess the most intense multiplayer sessions I had were one life PvP scenarios in squad and armor. They were intense. But we're approaching the end of the stream. 4 or 5 hours, not bad. Maybe Mega Monkey can go to bed now. Maybe Mega Monkey's way too hyped to go to bed now. I don't know. But at least we got some workers and resources done. We had some extension to our city, planned some more housing. More housing will have to be built next to the conveyor belt, also for workers to work in the prison. Although that one seems to already be sufficiently staffed. RC, skill journal mod comes with a penalty of sorts. You don't exactly end up with the level you had, at least last time I played. Yeah, it reduces the penalty for dying. I get it, like it means you don't have to start fresh, you still have a penalty, it's just not as severe as like completely having to start a new character. It makes sense. Also tricky in 42.2 right now. Gotta be careful when trying to see if they work or not. Last time I checked, the RV interior mod doesn't work. I googled it and I think it said that it was updated, but I don't know. Like, I haven't used that mod yet, even in the previous version, so I don't know. Do not know. There should be room for more train cars. We should be able to produce all of them. Last mod for PZ is Samir, you are breaking the car. That's subjective. Can't agree with that. We have 2 different types of prison now. Well, I can't really provide loyalty for everyone, so I've decided that currently every prison other than our central loyalty prison is an overflow prison. Right, don't worry about loyalty. These ones only get 50 to 75% loyalty workers in here, so that might or might not be enough. But yeah, running 2 different prison systems basically. So I can't guarantee that I have enough workers for everyone. Turn them to high loyalty. We're having trouble keeping these filled with 100% loyalty people. A single prison should be able to do that on its own. Because that's the initial setup. That was the first prison we ran, and it provided the loyalty for everyone else. Well, hopefully the people visiting the school are gonna show up with more than 50% loyalty, which would be good. We will see. It's on bit when you bump into something. Yeah, it's an immersion ruining but funny mod. At some point there is only one wrong way to play if you aren't having fun. I mean, that's every game. Like, you shouldn't play a game for not getting paid if you aren't having fun. Unless you have fun by not having fun. Like, some people want the challenge regardless of if they're having fun or not, at least during playing. Anyway, that's enough rambling. As always, thank you very much for watching. Hope you enjoyed this stream. I'll be back later, after my break. Let me see if we can raid someone. I also want to play Casualties Unknown again. I thought I could wait until the game fully releases. I don't think I can. Dang, GG. Yeah, I know, Mega Monkey, you just got here. I know. You're welcome, Dante Barracuda. So he does look amazing zoomed out. Thank you. I guess we'll raid into a Workers and Resources stream that does have English in its tags. Guess we can do that. We'll raid over to MK for fun again. Probably still working on the Canyon challenge. Maybe? I don't know. I think it looks like it. Hello Tuss, bye Tuss. If you want to stick around for that, please do. MK for fun. If not, that is fine too. We'll raid over to MK for fun playing... I think it's a different map now. Some desert map. I think the Canyon challenge might be over. Seems to be on a desert map now. I'm not sure. We'll see. I can't see it right now. If you want to stick around for that, for more Workers and Resources, please do. If not, that is fine too. Have a good start or rest to your Saturday, wherever you are. Take care everyone, all the best, and maybe I'll see you next time.